All right. Let's get it. Let me make sure everything is set up. Boom. All right, make sure my copier is all good to go. Yeah. So I'll do 1.5 there. 1.5 there. All right, awesome. Let me start recording. All right. Cool. Let me pull up my second chart as well. All right, so starting from the top, make sure I got everything off the charts. Yeah, I do. All right. Wow, so we had quite a bounce last week. I didn't really realize that already made its projections, and then that already made its projections as well. And what about this? Still shy of any projections. We still have this high as a sweep. Okay, so we'll have that there. Let's look at the 4-hour. The 4-hour matters to me. Do we have anything else? That's a CISD here, technically. Yeah, this is a breaker block. So I'll keep that in mind. Let me put CISD or H. C1H. What do we have in the hourly? Let's really look. Sweep. It's only sweep, and then there's a CB, which is valid, which would be here. Goes from here, actually. That's for Thursday. And did a 5-minute breaker come out of that? Let's take a look. We did indeed, and that one made 4.5 standard deviations already. Here, and it's done. So let's mark out our retracement zone. Retracement zone. Okay. And was there a 15-minute? There was indeed. Which is from here to here. That lines up with the 4H. So I'll be interested to see, was there a 1 hour? It was not a 1 hour. So nothing to add there. All right. And then let's see what else was on the 1 hour. Besides that. Is there anything else that I need to be aware of? No, not really. Okay, 15 minutes. Zoom in. What do we have? We have CISD there. Sweepable. Swept. Swept here, but there's no breaker after. Oh, there's right here. What am I talking about? This is a breaker. What do those projections take us to? Pretty much on that low as well. Okay. So we're still delivering those two. So breaker is there. Sweepable is here. CB is here. And is there a 1 minute breaker that came out of that? Once we tapped in, that's your breaker. Let's go back to the 15. That may force it a deviation as soon as the market opened. All right, so we can delete that one. And then there's another breaker here. High, low, higher, high, lower, low. So this CB is also valid, and it literally overlaps with the retracement zone that I want. This is candle 1 here. And this is a sweepable as well. On the 15. Yeah, so we're likely gonna go up here. I would imagine. Is there anything else? No, there's nothing there. Breaker here, I think. Yep, breaker there. Sweepable here, but I don't think this sweepable is actually going to sweep. It's likely just going to go up here straight. Okay, all right, let's look at the 5 minute now. Zooming out. 1800. Where's 1800? Changes here. So let's start from here and then go on. We have breaker in here. Sweepable there. So same sweepable. Nothing else. Breaker here. Same sweepable, so nothing else. CISD here. Okay. So currently this low is the one that's holding. All right, I think that's good. All right, so I'm not too biased on what's going to happen, besides the fact that I think we get up here at some point. Now, I don't know when that will be. Let me see, Forex Factory real quick. There's no news today. We have no news tomorrow. Wednesday, 9:45. Thursday, 8:30 unemployment claims. And then Friday, nothing. So we don't have a lot of news this week, which, yeah, my expectations in the week are just not very clear. Because there's really no news drivers to really, I guess, worry about. So my expectations are a bit unclear. The short is low-key valid. Where was that short at? Yeah, low-key valid on that short. Oh yeah, let me pull up my other screen. Hold up. I need to do yes. Yes. All right. Let's get the ball rolling. Yeah, so my expectations on the day are not super clear on whether I should be bullish or bearish. So I'm pretty much going to get the bias as the day prints. And I'm just going to trade what I see. Not really what I think. So I'll be willing to adapt to pretty much any new information that the chart wants to give me. Oh, I totally forgot to put this here. NFA. Let me anchor that in the corner like that. Where you can see on stream. Yeah, you can see. All right. What's going on? Volume finally coming in? Because, yeah, we were pretty tight for a while. We're pretty tight for a while there. I don't know what's up with that candle. All right, so let's take a look at the hourly. So as we had that low taken, did anything change here? Did anything change? No, it did not. Zoom in. No, nothing changed there. Yeah, nothing changed there. All right. So we might not retrace up here today. We might leave that for tomorrow. We might leave that for tomorrow. We'll see. We did hit 2 standard deviations of the 50-minute breaker here, which is valid. So something to keep an eye on. I forgot to mark this one out. Something to keep an eye on. We're about to hit 4 standard deviations from the OG, which is here. Let me set a little alarm on that. Once we do that, we definitely can come back up. So that would line up with the retracement area. And that would line up with new week opening gap not being filled yet. So that would make quite a lot of sense for us to push on here, come back up. But I'm not sure that Monday is the day that has to go back up and retrace. Let's look at the daily candles again. So low, high here. Yeah, I don't think Monday will be the day to retrace. We likely push down lower on today's candle. Well, no, that's not true. It doesn't have to. It could make a low to then push higher, actually. And it already made a low once it went below this candle. Yeah, so it's not true. It could actually push up higher after meeting the objective. Wouldn't be too crazy. Short bias, though, honestly. Short bias still. Yo, what's up, Ninja? What's up, Powers? What up, Jack Jones? I hadn't opened up the Discord chat yet. My bad. Powers, did you mean to click that to join the stage or not? What a move straight to SL. You were in a long, Ninja? Ah, that's a shame. That's a shame. Nah, just waving. Okay. All right, just making sure. If you had a question, you could have came up though. So we hit 4 standard deviations to the tick, quite literally to the tick. Look at this. Am I crazy? Oh no, I put it in the wrong place. My bad. I'm like, yo, that's the most perfect 4 standard deviations in my life. Okay, so we missed it by how much? By 1 tick. Okay. So that means that we likely pushed down and hit that. I closed after it tagged the 15-minute sweepable. Which 15-minute sweepable? Powers. Which 15-minute sweepable, Powers? Because that's not a sweepable, Powers. The sweepable is 3 a.m. So I'll show you the structure real quick. So we have this, well, no, let's bring it with the full context. So I have this high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, CISD, swing high, low, here. Oh, no, you're right. I am tripping. My bad. You're completely... Wait, no. I'm sorry. I almost messed up myself. This high already made a low here, and it doesn't matter what happens here. This automatically becomes a sweepable. And these are not this CISD and this CISD, which are valid, all got confirmed on the same candle. So this is still the sweepable. This is not a CISD here. This is an order block, if anything, because the high, the high that it's coming from didn't get swept, right? So if this high here is not swept, it wouldn't be a high, low, higher, high, lower, low. It's just a high, lower, low. So there's no CISD to this law. Hopefully that makes sense. So the actual sweepable is here. Now on the 5-minute, it might be different. Let me see the 5-minute real quick again. So 5-minute, nah, not even all the 5-minute CISDs got confirmed on this candle. And this is not a CISD because this low is intact as well. So yeah, there's no sweepable here. This is a first of its kind. Like a first breaker of its kind here, and there's no sweepables in the area. I almost confused you, my bad. Can delete that. I don't need that anymore. Don't need that. Don't need this. Oh, this one can stay on actually. You said oh high 45 low, 2 high 230 breaker, confirm. Yeah, so I'll draw it out again the way you're doing it here. So here, here, here. CISD gets confirmed on this candle. So from this candle onwards, we start counting. So I'm going to put a little line here. So from this candle, so including this, the low of that candle, we start counting. You need a swing low, high, and then a low to be put in place. This is your low, or that's your low. It doesn't matter which one of the two. The point is, because these candles are so far away, no matter which low you decided to use, it's low, high, low. And that's the first real swing high in terms of structure where you can put the path tool on and it attaches, right? You can attach to any of those lows. It doesn't matter at this point. But this is valid right here, or that's valid. Either one would have been valid. Okay. And so that makes it so that this is the very first swing high at the time that was printed after the CISD got put in place. So starting from this candle, you're looking for a low, high, low. Low, high, low. Doesn't matter what it looked like before. So let me draw. So that's the CISD. That's the low, high, low. That makes this a sweepable. Right? Then we come back, take it, and then run again. Now the low, high, low doesn't have to look like this. It can look like this. It can be low, high, low like that. Or like this. Either one is valid. It doesn't matter which one of the two happens. Yep. I'll be I announced this yesterday. I don't know if you saw, but I'll be doing the free YouTube mentorship. Talking about all the basics and all that good stuff. And I mean, it's gonna be a lot of the stuff that I gave you guys already on the 101s, as well as the PDF. Obviously the PDF, I mean, literally has everything. So it's gonna be a lot of that. So it will reinforce everything. So just make sure to watch through some of those videos when I start uploading them, so you can see kind of this stuff over and over. And yeah, just keep asking on the private chat whenever you get confused about a certain high or low or whatever. Just tag me on it and attach a screenshot of the chart if you can, because if I'm not there that day, or if I'm not on the charts or whatever, like just attach a screenshot of the area you're looking at so I can redraw on top of the picture you're posting. That way I you know, it's easier, you know, to visually see the, you know, what happened. Yeah, so like here, low, right? High so far. We don't know what's going to happen to the next candle. But so far, this is your potential high. And so we were looking for a low to be put in here. So low, high, potential low to be put in place. And then this automatically would become our sweep. So I'll put it there for now as a placeholder. But if it gets erased, then I'll remove it. And the CISD is here. So CISD, low, high, low. And then we're looking for this to get rid. So we'll put a little line right there. While the market does nothing, I'll be playing a little mobile game. Okay, so for this to be a sweepable, this candle here can do a couple things. It can either A, stop just shy of that high. So stay within this, but not take this low. So the candle can basically look like this. And then the next candle can take the high. That'll be valid because it'll be a low, high, low with the same candle, and then higher high with the next candle afterwards. You can also go down lower. So we can have this candle open high, low close, go down here, make a swing low with that. Next candle opens up, takes that high. Yo, what up, clutch? Takes that high, sweeps. Or this can just keep printing down and so on, which automatically means that this is going to have a swing low here at some point. So this automatically becomes the sweepable. So now that it took this, for example, what we don't want to see is we don't want to see this candle go higher than this candle. If this candle goes higher than that candle, then the structure changes because it would be a swing low, high, and low from the blue candle. So it would make it so that this is not a sweepable still because this candle is a low and a high at the same time. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so now that this candle is for sure a sweepable high because, well, no, yeah, it would be for sure because it has a high, I mean a low, high, low, swing low here. If this candle prints lower, this is still going to print a swing low before it prints a high. If the next candle prints lower, again, it's still going to be a swing low before it prints a new high that goes above this. So this is by default here now going to be a sweepable. So this candle here can go up or it can go down and then up. It doesn't really matter. So I'm watching this high now, waiting for it to be swept. Once we see, this is not a 15 Ninja, this is a 5-minute. But yes, once we sweep that, then I'm looking for my breaker to the downside. Correct. Yo, what's good, Chance? No, man, I just got on. Literally, just got on at 7. So I haven't done anything yet. Yo, what's up, Prince? Good morning. Yo, I appreciate that, Zeus. Lurking for the algo. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. All right. Let's see if that high gets ran. How's it going with the account? I recovered most of the drawdown that I had on the account last week on Friday. It's only, I think, $300 in drawdown, maybe 250. So today should be the turnaround point where I actually start going into the green. Depending on how the market goes and, the opportunities that show up, I would assume by Friday. And again, it depends on how the market is this week, because we don't really have news drivers, so I'm not sure how volatility will be this week. But I would imagine I'll probably end the week with about 1,000 and some change to $2,000 worth of profit, which will get me fully out of drawdown. And then that should be when the account should start picking up speed. The hardest part is just getting out of the regular base drawdown because it's trailing behind you. So you can't really leverage up as you're building, which is my strategy. I use 10% of the current available drawdown. And so because of that, as the account has more drawdown, then it gets faster when I go on winning streaks. And when I go on losing streaks, it gets slower. So yeah, once I'm out of the available drawdown, then I should start seeing some, is it already fun? Yeah, chance. It's already funded. Yeah. Yeah, I passed the eval 2 weeks ago. I started 2 weeks ago on, I think, Monday, and I passed it by Friday. I made a little video about how I passed it in 3 trades by the end of the week. Thank you. Can I have something to drink, please? Yeah, the risk yeah, honestly, like that was such a game changer for me, the risk management portion. I was so stuck on just doing like a fixed value before. Before that, I would just divide whatever I wanted by a fixed value. But it's like there just wasn't an advantage to that, to be honest. There just literally was no advantage to it. But instead, doing this 10% gives you the advantage that when you are on a winning streak, you really, really move the account forward. But when you go on a losing streak, like, it's not that big of a deal because you can bounce back. It can feel a little bit overwhelming trying to get out of the drawdown, but so will it be if you do a fixed value. Like, it doesn't feel less overwhelming. Like water or something like that. Thank you, man. Yeah, when you're on a winning streak, you got to see compound of it. Yeah, exactly. Which, I mean, every trader will go on a winning streak and a losing streak. Like, it's just part of the game. Literally, it's just part of the game. Even if you have a 50% win rate, you're not going to get one win, one loss in a row every time. Like, it's going to be 3 wins and 3 losses, and 4 wins and 2 losses, and so on. What's my win rate if I only trade my model? It depends on what entry I'm taking, what type of entry I'm taking. It's definitely 50% or above, always. But it depends on what type of entry I'm taking. I haven't had a winning rate lower than 50% for like 3-4 months straight, I think. Like if I log into all my evals and funded accounts, like it will just, all of them are 50 or above, every single one of them. The only thing is I mix my model quite a bit. So if I'm just taking like the raw standard base, then it's a little bit better than 50% usually. It's usually closer to like a 65-ish or so. And then if I start mixing in the other entry types and so on, then that's when my model will dip a little bit on win rate, because I'll take a couple trades that are a little bit lower probability because their RR is so much higher. So my win rate will dip a little bit, but my profit goes up. If you can handle it mentally, it's okay. You can't what? You can't handle 50%? What's your win rate and what's your average RR? Like realistically, the average RR. You know what I mean? Not the, if I was at my peak and optimal, this is my average RR. So I take less trades and only my A++ setups. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if I did the like the absolute best setups that show up every day, my win rate would be probably closer to 70%. But like realistically, no G around 3. Or around 3 what? Oh, my music paused. Yeah, I'll fix that real quick. My average is of 3. Okay. Got it. Yeah, so realistically, if I did my absolute best setup where everything lines up perfectly, I would probably end up taking 1 trade a day because I only trade New York. So my win rate would go up for sure. I mean, it would be a lot closer to a 70%, but my profit would realistically be less. And the reason why it would be less is because I would be missing the opportunity on a lot of the trades that are not A++, but they're still A for the way I grade them. And those A setups are still worth the risk. So I have B, B+, A+. I take all A+. I take all A. I sometimes will fade B+, but I take a lot of B+. And then B, I very, very rarely take it. Unless it's like a lot of R that are on the table on that trade, then I might go ahead and take the trade just because of the potential profit. But unless he has high potential profit, I just avoid B pretty much overall. So if I just settle down for A++, for example, yeah, my winner would be higher, but my actual profit per week would be lower because it shows up obviously less often. It does show up every day, but it shows up less often. What is your ER? What is ER? What is ER? Yeah, it just shows up less often. And so if I happen to miss the one time that the A+ setup showed up, then my P&L curve is being affected by that. And then if I am on the charts, but I mess up my execution or whatever, then my P&L curve, again, is also highly affected. So allowing myself to take more setups that are still high probability, high quality, with good R, allows me to have a more stable equity curve because I'm not going on a rampage like doing silly stuff. What's my average R? So the average R depends on the entry type. So I have a 1-minute model. I have a seconds model. I have a 5-minute model. They're all related to the same base model, but they're different entries for that model. I have re-entries for a move that I missed. So depending on which one I'm taking, that varies a lot. Like, for example, my 1-minute entries that I haven't shown on YouTube yet, like those can be anywhere from 5 to 10 R, depending on how early into the move it is. Some of them sometimes can be higher, but yeah, like 5 to 10 R. The seconds entries are usually, again, depending on how early it is into the move. And then basically which target I'm going for according to standard deviations. I mean, it will literally be anywhere from 7 to 15 R. And then my 5-minute model, which is it's a 5-minute entry, but it's not really just a 5-minute entry. It's a 5-minute entry on a fair value gap, but it's not on the fair value gap itself, but rather on candle 1 of the fair value gap. That one varies a lot because sometimes if that 5-minute candle is really, really tight, then the RR obviously will be a lot higher. If it's very wide, then the RR will be a lot less. So it just depends on how big the candle ends up being there. But on that one is anywhere from 2R all the way to 6R or 8R if I'm going for a full target. So it varies a lot, honestly. It just depends on which entry type. If I was doing just the base model, like the thing that I teach and just the very basic, which is what I'm going to be doing for YouTube, at first. It's going to be 2 to 4. So it's going to be 2R or 4R, depending on which type of setup you're getting on. So you're always going to have a either 1 to 2 or a 1 to 4 risk to reward. We did have the 5-minute sweep, so I would be watching for a breaker to the downside here. I mean, I highly doubt this candle becomes a breaker. I would imagine we make a low here, push up higher, and then create the breaker. Since we have the sweep, you waiting for the macro window now? Ninja, I'm just waiting for us to create the breaker, and as long as either the breaker candle is inside a macro or it closes inside of it in macro, either one, I would be willing to take the trade. It doesn't matter which one of the two. Preferably, obviously, it closes inside a macro, but it doesn't have to. If we are going to go down, I would like the 5-minute to fail to create this breaker. Here. So it already failed once. I would like it to fail more. That would be ideal. The longer it stalls to create it, the more confident I am that if we push up higher, it's going to be pushing up higher to then go down lower. So the reason why I put this fib here to measure out the breaker from the bottom to the top on the 5-minute is because once it fails, it wicks the breaker formation, which would be this candle high. I want to see, if I want to be bearish, I want to see this stall, fail to confirm, next candle push up, push down lower, and push to at least 25%. Ideally, it goes to 50 or below. And then if it confirms it, then I'll pretty much know that this breaker is very likely to be liquidated. So what will happen is we would see something kind of like this, where we push up higher, make the low here, and then go lower. So it will look like it's bullish, right? It'll look like it's getting momentum. And then next thing you know, it's just going to hard 180 to the downside and aggressively take the low and continue down doing its business. So this is ideal. I would like this candle here to close red. That would be like a cherry on top. If this can close red and the next candle can confirm and do whatever he wants to do, then yeah, I would still feel confident that we're likely to drop lower. It doesn't have to do that. Like, not every time that it fails to create a breaker right away, it will go your way. But it's a fairly good indicator that for the most part, when that happens, it's less likely to, you know, actually be shifting gears and now be bullish for the rest of the day. Now, we do have a lot of liquidity up here. We have this, right? The 15-minute strip over there. We have this area, which I had marked out way before. We have new week opening gap here, which hasn't been closed up on just yet all the way. I mean, it almost got filled, but not quite. So we do have a lot of stuff to look up to, but it doesn't have to get hit today on Monday. Like, Monday can just be a straight drop, and then Tuesday or Wednesday can be the ones that retrace all the way back up, and then we can go from a bearish week to a bullish week afterwards. At what point do you switch bias after 50 make a record? No, Powers, I don't. That's just what I taught you guys because it's simpler to understand. But no, I don't. I can switch bias on a 1 minute. I don't need the 15-minute or the 5-minute to confirm for me to switch bias. If we're in the right place for me to do so. Like, It's not black and white. It's not black and white. So I made it black and white on the 101s. Because obviously with less experience with the model, it's already tough to learn a model, right? So you want like a black and white version of it to get you up to speed. But then there will come a point where you can draw outside of that black and white a little bit. Not all the way, but a little bit. So you can start doing a couple different things than you usually do. Hold on, let me set this line here. $110, say 21. That's a little thick. Yeah, and the 5-minute cannot form. Yeah, I'm good on that one. If this forms, I'm good on that. On that break, I want to take it. But yeah, so it's not black and white. Ideally, the way you do it when the markets are easy, they're on easy mode, is you have the higher time frame, like the hourly or the 4 hour, in one direction that you cannot see in any other way. So like the 1 hour is doing sorry, let me redraw it. Like this. So ideally you're in this market conditions where we're already trending higher. We make a breaker, the sweepable, we sweep, and now you're in this leg for the day. Like that's the ideal, easiest situation, and that's why I explained to you guys basically how to use the higher time frame like that, because these are the easiest market conditions to be in. You literally, after that sweep, you're going to have multiple breakers that confirm to the upside, and they're just going to kind of be stacking up on each other like a staircase, and you're going to be able to literally buy any of them and ride up. So that's the ideal market conditions. But right now, we don't have that. Right now, we don't have the ideal market conditions. I mean, if we zoom out, like for shorts, it was definitely clean here, I'll be honest. But other than that, like this was a mess, and it was in ideal market conditions. So with something like this, you have to learn to be more nimble and be willing to take 5-minute sweeps that are going against, quote unquote, against what has been happening on the higher time frame. So like maybe the hour has been dropping, but then there's a 5-minute breaker to the upside. Like you have to be willing to be nimble in that situation and buy if if it's valid. And then it doesn't mean that you're bullish bias. It just means that you're in a buy that's valid. That's going to work out for a period of time. And then you're going to go back to being short. So an example of that would be, let me move this up here so I can get a notification when this gets run again. So an example of that would be, for example, Friday. So on, no, sorry, not Friday, Thursday. So on Thursday, we were short biased. Yeah, we were short bias. If you were here on the live stream, you saw me. Oh no, sorry, it's here. So we're short bias. There was a valid short here on the 5. This is a valid 5-minute CB, valid 1-minute breaker. The 1-minute breaker deliver from top to bottom, right to 4.5, right? So once this gets completed, then I expect there to be a retracement. So 10:30 comes around the corner and we start working ourselves back up. So if you're not nimble and you're not willing to switch your bias from being short, then you're going to be looking for sells here when there's no selling to do. So like a sell here doesn't make sense for the context of what's going on. Yes, I am short bias. So I want to be on the shorts, but the shorts already delivered to 4.5 standard deviations. So realistically, the objective for the day has already been met. What that means to me is if there is no other projections that are pending, the EOD push won't really be significant. So the market will retrace, do whatever it wants to do, move sideways, make a lot of liquidity. And then towards EOD, which you see 230 is right here, right? This is a valid 1 minute breaker on 5 minute sweepable, which I believe was here, this high here. So this was bullet number 1. This would have been bullet number 2 right here. And you would have been in this move to 2 standard deviations. That's when the market pretty much closes for you. And then that move ended up delivering the next day once we opened up right here. So you can be a buyer in that market though, because again, we need to retrace. The market's not just going to go straight down or straight up, especially once it already met standard deviations. So for example, here, like there was no 5 minute structure to go up initially here. But if we get 4.5 standard deviations of a projection already on a day, we then form a breaker to the upside. I could start being a buyer in the market around this area, or at least wait for double confirmation here on the 1 minute to potentially be a buyer. I don't have to be the first buyer. So you're not going to catch me buying this first breaker. Like for sure, you're never going to catch me doing that. But then a second breaker, that's a different story. Because now we have multiple, right? And again, I know it needs to retrace at least some. And so if you know it does, then I can be a buyer at that point, because now I got my double confirmation that, hey, we do want to go up. Now, when I get on this buy, I need to be understanding that this buy is not going to run the way the sell did. The sell was fast, right? The buy, as you can see, it's very slow, relatively speaking. 3 hours and 46 minutes versus 1 hour and 15 minutes. So it's literally a fraction of what the buy will be. And the reason why you need to understand that is because there it's going to be a lot of this. A lot of back and forth, liquidity building, takes a low, back and forth, back and forth. This is what ICT describes as a high resistance liquidity run versus this. This is low resistance. This high doesn't get swept, the 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 high doesn't get swept. So every time it makes a high, it's just making lower lows, lower lows. But on the other hand here, you know, makes a low, runs that low, goes up higher, runs that low, goes up higher, runs the original low, goes up higher again, doesn't run this low finally, makes a low, runs that low, goes up higher, runs that low again, runs up higher, runs a low, makes a low, runs that low, goes up higher. So it keeps running lows to then go higher over and over and over. That is high resistance. So if you want to be a buyer in this market, you need to understand that, so that when you buy, you're not buying early. This is a early buy here. If you're buying from this area, you're buying early. What's the theme? Low, run it higher, run that low that just ran that higher, and then go up higher again. Hit it that here, hit it that here. And so you need to understand that, so that way you don't get liquidated before the move happens. This will always be more frustrating and lower probability here than this. Okay. So yeah, it's harder to do something like this and pivot upwards. That's why I didn't even explain it, because I didn't want to bother with doing the lower probability moves. Like on the 5 minute here, your easy setup is wait for this to get ran right here, which it does, and start selling from there. You would have taken 1L, and then you would have taken 1W, you would have walked away green. So instead of having to bother yourself with all the mess that's going on here, you didn't have to bother yourself with that. You could have just done this and that's it. So it's a bit limiting at first, but honestly, at the same time, those limitations are the things that people need to be building around their trading so that they don't get caught up in the in-between. There's a lot of in-between that's happening. There's a lot of in-between. The chart doesn't go straight down to then go straight up and then go straight down on another big move, and you make 20R here and 10R here and then 15R here. Like it just doesn't do that. It does, you know, a lot of this, and then finally when everything is right, it does that, right? And it just drops heavily, and then it will go like that again, and then finally it goes up again, and then it goes like that again, and so on. So if you don't have those rules put in place to keep you out of harm's way, then you're just gonna get cooked consistently because you're too early on the moves. You might not be wrong about what's gonna happen. You might be thinking it's gonna drop, its price is gonna go down by the end of today, and that is true, but it doesn't have to happen right now. You say by the end of the day, like there's 5 hours left or 6 hours left or 8 hours left and whatever. Yeah, 5-minute confirm here. So I don't really mind it though. So let me zoom out real quick. 5-minute confirm here, which is fine because this to me is a low probability low. Now we did meet 4 standard deviations pretty much to the tick of that, and we're pushing back, which I'm aware of, right? That has me, that's something I have to take into consideration because that's the literally the OG breaker that took us from here to here, just met 4 standard deviations. And so because of that, I have to be aware that we could see a retracement at the very least of about, give or take right here, which is 2.5 standard deviations from that OG breaker, right? Let me type out retracement. Okay. So at the very least, we could see something near this area, which would line up with my 50-minute sweepable and my other one. That being said, it doesn't have to get there right now. Okay. And so we could get another leg down and then we could go up higher. There is other breakers that came out of the OG. So this is the OG. This is the following breakers. The OG is the one that matters the most to me for the projections, but the following could be continuation legs down. This one made 2 standard deviations. This one almost got to 2 standard deviations, but that was the last one. So in terms of priority, this would be second in priority. This would be third in priority. So this being a 2.5 means that this can retrace back as well. This having met standard deviations doesn't weigh a lot of weight to me because 2 out of the 3, right, met standard deviations that could cause the market to shift. So I'm aware of that, but again, I am willing to be a seller in the market here if the opportunity is right, because this, to me, it's a low probability buy. I don't want to be a buyer in this market for sure, unless there was a double confirmation at the very least. So I would see this confirming, making internal, running some a low again, and then pushing up again. Okay, I can switch my bias on that, but as of now, I don't have a reason to really switch my bias. Okay, this breaker, for example, like it would be valid, but I'm not gonna buy a breaker from the 830. To be honest with you, I'm just not. This can push down lower. I'm okay with that. What I will do is I'll wait. I'll see what happens, and I'll wait for a double confirmation on this. If it gives me that double confirmation, then I'll go ahead and sell. But as of now, if this forms here, I'm skipping, which it did. It did form. Okay. But it's pushing all the way back up. We'll see what happens. Like it could run, but I'm gonna wait for the double confirmation on this. 830 low. Yeah, 830 low. Clutch. Shipolo. So on low probability markets, would you say it's better to wait? Yeah, I mean, okay. If you're, like ICT says, if you're brand new and you recognize that it's lower probability markets, is it better to wait and just stay flat? Of course it's going to be better to wait and just stay flat, because that way you don't get chopped up in between. The problem with traders is that they're on the markets, they're sitting down, and because they're sitting down doing the markets, they think that they have to do something in order to make money, and that's what keeps them unprofitable. So let's say you take 10 trades this week overall on your account, but out of those 10 trades, really only 3 were in good market conditions, plus they were high probability setups. The other 7 you took were either in low market conditions or low market conditions, plus it wasn't as good of a setup. So now your P&L curve was heavily affected by what the conditions were. Now that's easier said than done, because if you're newer, you probably just don't recognize what good market conditions look like for your specific model. So it's a little bit tough. And if I never traded unless market conditions were good, like my weeks just wouldn't look as good as they do. They just wouldn't, because I wouldn't be catching as much R as I do. So it's not like you have to stay away from that forever, but you do have to realize when the conditions are good or bad, so you can start taking data around that and say, okay, this is clearly not working. This is clearly working. When this happens, this doesn't work for me and I get burned every time. And you need to start taking notes around when do you lose the most amount of money and what triggers you the most. That way you can make a counter plan to that. Do you counter trade? Yeah, I counter trade. Not very often, relatively speaking. That being said, okay, when you see me enter on the 1 minute time frame or on the seconds time frame, it's gonna look like a counter trade to most people just looking from the outside in at first. It's gonna look like that. But I'm doing a continuation play on the higher time frame idea. That's really what I'm looking for. So it looks like a counter, like it literally looks like I'm selling when the market is quote unquote bullish, or it looks like I'm buying when the market is bearish. Yo, Clutch, if you're listening, I'll tell you why I skipped this trade. So the reason why I'm skipping this is because of the grading of the breaker. No IFVG, no CB. Yes, close on the first time. And yes, the breaker block is an outside candle. But the no IFVG, no CB makes this at best a B plus setup. And I'm not trying to take a B plus setup as my first trade of the week. Also, we just confirmed the breaker to the upside, right? And so typically speaking, if we just confirm a breaker to the upside, what we're going to do is we're going to make a high, low, higher high, and then we're going to make a counter breaker to that on the 5 minute time frame, which means that the 1 minute breaker that we have here is in the way of that idea. Because again, it needs to make a high, low, higher high, and then create a breaker to the downside. So hopefully that makes sense. Operators are like patience and waiting for the chart to hit my PDRA. Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have an actual model that you can duplicate every week? Something that a framework that you say, okay, every week I'm coming to the market and I'm looking for this, whatever this is for you. Like a specific pool of liquidity that looks the same every week, not just random equal highs and equal lows, or a random BC or CB, or a random breaker. Like, no, something very specific that you know, okay, I'm looking for this every single week, and that's what I'm coming to the market for. Do you have something like that? Yakuza says shorts incoming. Yeah, I do agree with you on that, Yakuza. I do agree with you on that. I mean, that's what I'm watching for. Forgot to check the 15. Check the 15 real quick. Yeah, 15 is clear and there's nothing there. I usually look for a fair value gap combined with an order block backed up with the higher time frame trend. Okay, when you say the higher time frame trend, like what does that mean? Like, do you just go on the higher time frame and go like this? Like, oh yeah, we're clearly bearish. Or is there something else around it? Oops. Yeah, so I would imagine this is going to be the low, or we're about to form the low and then go higher one more time. It doesn't have to do that, but that's what I would imagine would happen here. Checking the daily buys and then performing the top-down analysis. Okay. Yeah, so I'll just tell you my experience with the fair value gap and order block together. That was like my favorite thing to trade back 3 years ago. Was order blocks with fair value gaps. Honestly, it's my favorite thing. But I realized the win rate on order blocks and fair value gaps is nowhere near as high as breaker blocks. And I learned that last year. It's just nowhere near as high because breaker blocks will be the pivot point from a move to start or finish. Meaning, let's go here. This, yes, it's a fair value gap. Yes, right? Yes, this is an order block. Yes. The actual shift on the structure is here. This red candle is the breaker block. But the shift happens here on the changes through delivery that forms through a breaker block. Where this price go back into and retest the swing low. They didn't even tap the order block. I mean the breaker block. They just tap there and then continue. And so yes, here you have a new order block. You have a new CB, right? Fair value gap. And yes, you have indeed, again, another breaker block, right? Where did it stay inside of? It stayed inside of the breaker block, right? And so the breaker block is really what tells you the market is going to be shifting again towards that side. Now, this is a lower time frame 1 minute price action, but it's the same for the higher time frames. That's why you see me looking for CISDs all the time, because that's how moves will start and then continue. Now, there is moves when the market is on easy mode, where it just pushes and pushes and pushes, where, yeah, you get an order block, right? This is the order block. Or this, either way. And price will jump into that, right? And they will turn around. But this is harder to catch. This is always going to be harder to catch. Why? Because many times they either don't get fill, like so, here, right? There's no fill on that. Till here. So, did it fill it? No, it went and pushed all the way back up here instead of filling that. High, low, higher, high. This red candle is a breaker block. This swing low, it's an order block. But again, it's the swing low of the breaker. Where did price go back up into after he made a bunch of liquidity inside? Up to that, tagged it, went. So yes, this candle is an order block, but it's the swing low of the breaker. So what I would say is if you are lacking predictability on your results and you're lacking patience, I think it has to do with the fact that you don't have an actual rule-based model that you trust and believe will show up every day for you to be able to take action. That's what makes you impatient. You just don't believe the next setup will come. At least in my opinion, that's what you don't believe currently. Just based on what you typed out, I feel like that's what's going on. Because that's, for me, that's what it was for me for a very long time. I felt FOMO that I wasn't going to be in the move because I wasn't in the move and price started dropping like this. So I would get into anything here. I would get into the order block here. I would get into the fair value gap here. I would, because they're together, right? Like they're back to back. I would get into that. And then I would get stopped out here when price is going up and I would wonder why. Right? And so a lot of the times that is what happens to most traders. They just don't believe that they will have another setup later that day that will allow them to take action. So they settle for the setup that's really crappy. That's pretty much it. I mean, on top of that, if you don't have a framework where you have a game plan, like rules, where you say, okay, these are the 5 things I need to get into my trade. It needs to do this, and then it needs to do that. Once it does, it needs to do A, then it needs to do B, then it needs to do C, then it needs to do D, and so on. And unless all of those fulfill in that order, I'm not taking a trade. Having that feels limiting at first because you're like, well, I'm missing so much money. I could have been on this and I could have been on that and I could have been on this. But that's what you probably currently are doing and is getting you nowhere because you don't have a B, C, D, step by step. So if it does A and it does also D, you're like, man, it already did A and D. Let me just get into it. And you take a stop out. And then it did A and B, but no C and D, and you get a stop out again. And it just repeats like a vicious cycle that just keeps you, in a loop. You need to be able to have a plan on the entry, the exit, the risk management. These are the non-negotiables that need to be on the chart before I take my trade. And then, from there you can develop. ICT just talked about the breaker from 515. What did he say, Ninja? 515, where is that? This right here? Okay. Would you advise me to first master the fair value gap or move on to the breaker block? So that's a tough thing for me to say. I'm not going to tell you quit the PD array that you currently have been working on or has been your preferred PD array. I'll just tell you that legitimately the highest probability PD array to determine where price is going from and to, it's going to be your breaker block. So, if you don't have a breaker block, the chances of it to be a true change instead of delivery just from an order block is very, very little. And even when it is on the 1 minute, on the seconds, there is obviously a breaker. So you can always make the argument that your order block that you're playing on the 1 minute is actually a breaker block on the seconds. And yeah, like if you just start viewing it from a breaker block perspective, you're gonna see like price in a different light. I think ICT on 2016 on his mentorship, he talked about the fact that his favorite setup is the breaker block. Like that's his favorite PD array. So he uses the fair value gap a lot, And that's what he teaches a lot, because it's very like easy to spot, because anybody can just see 3 candles and see a gap between candle 1 and 3. But I mean, yeah, the thing that he uses a lot is the breaker block. I don't know why he doesn't harp on that a little bit more, but yeah, I will be again, like I said a few times, I'll be doing the free mentorship here on the YouTube with my whole model, and you're gonna see the breaker block and why I use the breaker block always. That's gonna be the main focus of the whole thing. I do use other PDRs. Like, it's not like I never look at order block, and it's not like I never look at a fair value gap. I just don't base my opinion on where price is gonna go from and to with those PDRs. I'll use them because I have a high probability way of knowing what a good fair value gap looks like. But yeah, it's just not going to be the thing that I'm like, yeah, I know this is the highest probability thing. No, it's not. It's just not. Your RR will be slightly lower from a breaker block than from a fair value gap. That is true, because the breaker blocks usually tend to be a little bit bigger than fair value gaps. But your win rate also should be going up. And then once you have mastered that, or come up with a plan for that, or adopt my plan, or whatever you end up doing, you can always expand. And I think that's what people don't realize. It's like they just want to, like, they watch ICT and they just want to master this and that, and then he shows the Venom, and then he shows the Ripper, and then he shows whatever he showed not too long ago, the Guillotine or Guillotine or something, I don't know, something like that. Whatever he showed almost at the end of last year. And it's always like this, oh my gosh, that's so awesome. Like, I wish I could do that. And then we try to go and do it, instead of saying, oh man, that's awesome. That's awesome that you can get to that point. I'll look back at that once I'm where I want to be. Once I'm consistent and I'm already making money, I'll look back into that to see if it's something that I can expand on or add into my toolbox. Oh, once I'm making X amount of dollars per week, or once I'm doing the specific goal that I want, then I'll look back into that to see if it helps my operation. But the problem is that he just drops so much content because he wants to give it all out, and people are just not willing to put it down. They're just not willing to put it down. They'll watch all his mentorships and will still be unprofitable because they're just not willing to put down the new information that he's putting out every week. And I was on that loop for a really long time. But I mean, like, I'll watch ICT videos every now and then still. But I won't go on the chart and try it out. I'll mark it a couple times just to see if I can see what he's talking about. And if it's very easily spottable right away and it lines up with what I'm doing, I'll keep putting it on my chart just to watch it. But if it doesn't line up with what I'm doing and it requires me to do extra work that, you know, distracts me from the journey I'm already on, it's just not needed. I don't need to see it right now. It'll be on YouTube forever. I'll watch it whenever I get a chance to eventually. Also, if this 1 minute breaker confirms here, I'm not taking it. There's no CB here. And so what I wanted to see was a low, right? A low, high, and then us to make a CB after we ran that high. So I'm almost sure 9 o'clock is going to open up high, run up this high again. And then from there is when we're going to see the short happening. If it is going to go short, I mean, we might be shifting gears to the downside. So I have to be aware of that. The CISD was here to the upside. The first swing low. Yo, is that a triple bottom? No way. Yo, that's a triple bottom on the 5 minute time frame. What? Okay. Yeah, yeah, this looks like Dookie. This looks like Dookie. But I do expect that high to get ran. I just don't think it's going to go like this. It's probably going to at least wick that and make a low. At least I would hope, because A triple triple wick bottom is crazy, especially in the 5 minute. Is my shrine tree, but that's okay. What's your shrine tree? What are you talking about? Here? That's the only thing, bro. There's nothing else but that. Right here. 834. Confirming this candle is literally the only thing. Ninja, let me see what you took. Oh, you did a... I see it. Yeah, exactly. I missed it. Yeah, bro. Don't worry about that clutch. Don't worry about it. You good, bro. You good. If that's gonna be it, it's gonna give a re-entry. Like if that's it, it's gonna give a re-entry. Right here. He'll confirm here. This will stay open. We'll come back up and he'll give us a re-entry if that's gonna be it. It might be a blessing. It might be a blessing, man. He just might be a blessing. Ninja, what did you take that? Did you take that because ICT talked about the 5-minute breaker block? Five-minute IFVG? Huh? Oh, here. I was like, huh? What is bro talking about? Yeah, you had me puzzled for a second. I'm not gonna lie to you right now. You did have me puzzled for a second. Let me put projections out real quick. Yo, Digi, I didn't see you tuning early today. You slept in for the Resurrection Sunday? Oh, you got lit. All right, 5 minute. Let's see. All right, so 5 minute did confirm the CB. The CB is actually drawn like this. My bad. There's a volume imbalance here. So it's there, but I mean, that CB is a little itty bitty CB there. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not gonna limit A in candle 1. Personally, I'm not limiting candle 1. I will gladly wait for a double confirmation on that. Is today a normal close day? Yeah. Market conditions. Sipping in that communion. Yeah, that boy got lit. Yeah, today's a normal close day. There's no we don't close early or anything like that. Oh boy was sipping on the communion for sure. Let me move this over. This already. was used. Let's just move it down here. If you would have taken that short, would your stop loss be at the high of 901? Hell no. Hell no, Ninja. Stop would be at 835 if I took that, which is pretty much where your stop is at right now. I'm not taking this candle one play. Like I'm not selling this. So because I'm not selling that, my stop wouldn't be there. Now, if that high gets ran, will it likely run this? Yeah. It will likely run the high. If this gets ran here, then it'll likely go there. But it doesn't have to. So to keep it at the safest place, you would have to keep it here. And the reason why I'm skeptical of this CB is simply because the actual CB itself is only this tight. Like you actually, if you're zoomed out, you wouldn't have even seen that, honestly. Like you just wouldn't have. So the fact that I had to zoom in so tight to even be able to get the gap between those two, it's 2 ticks, literally 2 ticks. I mean, yeah, I'm just putting it there because I mean it's valid, it's a thing, but I don't expect it to hold. We did create the breaker though, so I mean it definitely can. It definitely can. Let's see what that would look like. Yeah, so about 50% of the retracement would be right in here. You definitely can. I'll be looking for a re-entry, so we'll see if it gives it to us or not. Let me see the 15-minute though. So on the 15-minute, this high is a sweepable. So that's something to watch out for. We haven't swept 1, 2, 3 15-minute sweepables already in a row. So yeah, we gotta stay on our toes here on that one. I will be prepared to ignore this if I was in that short. Bro, if you were in that short, you would have made half an hour. Shut up. You literally would be up half an hour right now. In fact, you would be less than half an hour up right now. Be quiet. Forgot to mark out 9:30. Yeah, we'll see what happens today at 9:30. That's what over leverage is for, though. If you shut up, that's such terrible advice. Be quiet. NFA though, NFA, not financial advice though. Put the house on it, not financial advice though. Money in minutes, generational debt in seconds. What the heck? Yeah, NFA though. That's hilarious. Oh, let's go. I'm about to cross 100 subs. Let's go. I'm at 98 right now. You like that? You like that emoji there, Clutch? That's funny. Funny, funny. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of lo-fi for a second. Let me see. Let me see. Just a little bit of lo-fi. Cause it's kind of, the synth wave is a lot sometimes. Just for a little bit, but let me make sure I don't get sleepy though. If y'all notice I start getting sleepy, then I gotta swap back to the synth wave. All right, all right. 4 minutes to open. Let's see how it goes. That's the high of the 5-minute CB. Candle 1. So I'm marking that. All right, let me hit the restroom before this open happens. All right, back. We're back. We're back. Let's get ready for the open. One minute. 1 second. This should be 1 minute here. Wait. All right, dope. Dope. Let's see. Let's see what it do, NQ. Let's see what it do. That was 29. Okay. Edit this, delete that, click yes, save on that. Still flat off the open. And nothing from me yet. And nothing from me at all. Like I said, though, very unlikely to be the thing. The thing. So I'm not really surprised that we ran the highs. I am not shocked. So we can delete this. That we can delete that. We can delete that. And this stays on as a 15 sweep because that is still a 15. Sweet. All right, awesome. How many of you are surprised that we ran that high? How many of you are surprised that we ran that and didn't just keep it the way it was? And be honest. Don't lie to me now. No surprise for me. Good. Good. Now imagine you put the house on that short though. Yo, if you would have put the house on that though, you'd be real surprised. Real surprised. So Bob has always before willing to take the short. I missed. Okay. All right, I see you. I see you, King. This you right now. You said run that fade. Run that fade. I can't sleep like this. That's hilarious. Run that fade. I can't sleep like this, man. Can't sleep like this. Yeah, it's one of the best clips. Money is there a better way to get fast at calculating position sizing when trading the second chart? I feel like a lot of rush. Usually we listen to no proper position sizing. Yeah, if you use Ninja Trader, you can buy a tool that automatically does your contracting for you, which is what I have. I don't calculate my positions. I mean, that would be crazy. Literally insane for me to do that manually. And nothing to do here still, honestly. It's just nothing to do. Breaker was gonna be, gosh, where was even a breaker? There's no breaker to, let me see. Dun 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 dun. Right on this low. Like that would have been the breaker there. Like so. First percent of fair value gap. Let's mark that out real quick. First FVG. Yeah. I don't know Money Jays. I don't use Trading View. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use Trading View for trading. So if you're gonna trade the second chart, I mean, I just don't believe you should be using Trading View either, unless you're gonna do the 15-second only. Nothing for you to do. I'm not missing this. All right, Clutch. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna use like the actual seconds, like 1 second, 5 second. There's like, I mean, yeah, to properly risk, uh, it's gonna be really difficult to do it on the Trading View. Like it's not gonna be proper. So if you're gonna do that, you have to use Ninja. Run that fade. What's the tool call? I forgot the name right now. I posted before about it. Is it hold on. Let me see. Risk reward EF. I think it's called risk reward EF. Maybe. Hold on. It's a risk reward pro. I think it's called risk reward. Risk reward pro. Ninja. It's made by some Spanish guy. Let me just give me a second. Let me just look it up so I can give you the proper link so you can support the real creator. I'm not affiliate or anything, but like this is literally what I use. So the tool is great and I think people should definitely pay for it. I think I found it. Yeah, it's this guy's tool. I don't know if this is his current website though. Is this his current? Oh yeah, this is his current website. His website looked different now, but here you go. Come back and see this. What's going on? I'm just giving the clutch a hard time. That's all it's just. That's all. Today might be a long session for me. I might actually have to sit here till the PM. I caught the 9:30 manipulation on ES. Yeah, Herbert. I'm ideally looking for lower prices. I just don't think this will hold. I think this is gonna get ran again. To be honest, personally, it may not, but I mean, that's the way I view it as of now. I forgot to check the hourly. My bad. Yes, nothing in the hourly. We'll see what 10 a.m. has to bring. $600 ticks to this low. That's not too far of a push either. Yeah. Price a little chop. Yeah. I mean, price is 100% choppy. Relatively. I mean, yeah. No, not even relatively. It's definitely choppy. I mean, this is not looking good or clean. This breaker wasn't 250 ticks. It's not too thick. 50 points or what is that? 60 points? It's the 15 seconds short by 1 tick. Are you thinking about this? Because if you're talking about that, oh, never mind. No one said anything. My bad. Boom, 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 boom. No, 935. Right here. $935.45. Yeah, I got you. Uh, 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 uh. There you go. Yes, dang. Yeah, there they go. Doing the shenanigans. That candle printed up so fast. That had to be like a Trump tweet or, well, whatever platform, right? It's called. No, it wasn't. I just looked up his thing and it's not there. Yeah, I don't know what that candle was. Macro is getting ready to start 9:15 coming. So yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I am open to long in if new ideas come. I'm not gonna stay short bias forever. Oh, look at that. Yo, DG. Not DG, sorry. Who is it that oh, Ninja. Go and see what MFFAU just posted. They just posted a discount. Yeah, there you go. There goes your discount, buddy. Yeah, let's go. You can run it up finally with them. I need to get me an affiliate with my funded futures the way I be ripping them. I swear. Wait, I do have an affiliate for my funded futures. What the hell? Yo, I didn't know I had an affiliate link with them. What? Oh, I should. Yo, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's crazy. I had no clue. Well, yeah, Ninja, do me a favor real quick if you can. Page not loading for you. Yeah, it wasn't doing that. It wasn't loading for me either. You have to go to it directly or something. When it comes to multiplying accounts, you'd think straight to funded accounts would be hell no, Clutch. No, never. Absolutely never. Never. Would it be wise to go with that? Like, ever. Oh no, I am not an affiliate. This is just oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Okay. So this is from an old affiliate when they first launched, where I gave it to my buddy to buy his evals through. So I didn't know I had money in there, but I do. I'm about to withdraw. That's hilarious. Yeah. Wait, what? So weird. Anyways. Let me talk to their chat real quick. Yeah, no, should have funded are just always trash, Clutch. Their price is really high. Their rules are not favorable towards the trader, obviously. They have a limitation on payouts. And if you're already consistent, you might as well spend that same money that you spend on the straight up funded onto the eval. And as long as you're consistent, you should be passing every eval. If you're rushing, maybe 1 out of every 2. But realistically, you shouldn't be rushing. So you should be passing your evals regardless. And yeah. It's not worth it at all. Especially now with the current program that they did, it's like crazy stupid. Nah. They would never give you the same rules and the same payout structure. Makes no sense for them to do that because they actually would lose a lot of money. Yeah, they're straight up funded. It's like $400 or something a month. And you can only get like, I think it's like 2K out or something like that. So you're paying 500 to make 2K, which sounds good, but it's only if you're doing within the 30 days with the consistency rule and everything. You might as well spend 80 bucks or $100, whatever their new starter is. Take, buy 3 accounts if you're really eager to spend that money. You get 3 accounts, or you can make $3,600 a month instead. And you don't have to keep paying the recurring fee. Just makes no sense. Let me see what the reply is. Boom, 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 boom. Yo, Ninja, do me a favor. If you're looking at their website, could you put this code? Oh, sorry. Not that code. Put this code on the checkout real quick, just to see if it actually works or not. I'm talking to their service rep, but I just want to see if that works, because that's the code I used to have. But I would want to change my code to the YouTube channel. No, Money Jace. I have no tips for that. I don't give it breathing room. Yo, Clutch, did you hit your UTP, or are you going for 4? Where's my music? I got so many tabs open now. Oh my God, let me close a bunch of this. Close. I don't need that. I don't need that. And I don't need that. All right, bet. Bet. -6 if you're being honest. Bro, stop it. Please stop it right now. Shut up, man. Stop messing around, bro. Shut up. Imagine a roller coaster park built for traders. What? Yeah, I named the rejection block where you go hop super high and stall for a minute before dropping like crazy. Yo, that's the next business idea. The NFP slingshot. Start off going slow and then just shoot it 100 years in the air. All right, never mind. That code won't work, Ninja, so don't even try. I gotta send them apparently an email and request a new thing. So I'm gonna do that later. What? What a boring day so far. What a boring day so far. There's nothing for me to do still, so I'm just chilling. Mm. All right, so we finally ran that 4-hour low. Yep. All right, cool. Still nothing to do here as of yet. Boring day. Yeah, for sure. Not the most fun day I've seen in a while. I mean, just kind of chilling, just waiting for something to happen. I wish there was more to do, but yeah, there's nothing to do. At least not for me. This breaker is valid. Sorry. This breaker was valid per the model. But yeah, I just thought it would run the high one more time rather than go straight down. I was watching the 5-minute CB here to tap into candle number 1, which is this blue candle, to really get involved, but it just didn't do that. Didn't do that either. If it would have done that, I would have sold when we were in that high right here. But it didn't do that either. So just flat ski. Nothing to do. All right, looks like we're finally going to run the high. There goes the high. All right. Let's be on the lookout, huh? Still nothing to do, but I am on the lookout now. Is the spread higher than usual? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have my thing turned on to show me spread and all that stuff, honestly. So I wouldn't know. What? Hold up. My PC just made a sound. Oh, it's my connection to my broker, I think. Yeah, it was a connection to the broker. Hold on, let me reconnect. Let me make sure my replicanto is good. Replicanto. Yeah, that's good. All right. This brick is all the way down here, so there's nothing for me to do still. There's thick as hell. I'm not taking that. I am good. Well, that's my first L of the day. Took a long year and I got stumped out already. Not that long was a super high prob, to be honest. But yeah, I was fine to take that. Don't further the otherwise you'll end up trading emotionally. Well, good call catching yourself. That's good. I took 2 L's back to back in the same spot right there. Again, it's a lower probability play, but the RR was quite good. So I was willing to take the shots. I mean, not a big deal. Money JSM FFAU is better. Long trade, yes. Yes, chance, long trade. Why do you MFFAU? Is MFFAU? Unless I'm saying wow, MFFAU, but I don't think I'm saying that. I'm just saying MFFAU. Are people long? I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure if people are or not. I know I was trying to get long there for a little bit. Yeah, that is Pikachu. That's what I try to play, basically. Nothing. I took it, but I got stopped out. My stop loss placement. Yeah, no, my stop loss is not at the low, if that's what you're asking. How come? I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it, man. Sorry. I talked to Tenny about it yesterday, and he told me not to talk about it, so. It's just not, I mean, it's not going to be helpful to most people right now. That's all it is. It's nothing crazy. Yeah, no, I just can't talk about it, Pikachu. I did foresee price going up, but yeah, I was just willing to take a tighter risk. That's all it was. I never moved my stop loss. No, it just was what it was by default. Yeah, I'm not taking the second one. Pikachu, if it happened. You said 1040. Yeah, that would be clutch. That would be me. Yeah. Yeah, we finally got 1 hour. Could also be set up for a potential 15M. Yeah, I think we go up higher right now for a pullback. I mean, that's just my opinion though. That's why I'm not getting into the short, even though it's valid. I could be fumbling right there, but I don't know. That's what I believe right now, so I'm gonna go with that. Like I could definitely be fumbling, and maybe I'm biased on the retracement. I don't know, but yeah, I'm willing to just sit on hands and just wait till he shows me something else. That's 11 a.m. open, right? Yeah, this is the 11 a.m. high. Really slow day. I have to end the stream in like 45 minutes. Ay, 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 price. Price not doing anything that I really would feel good about. I appreciate that, the crucial. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, doing the stream in like 30 minutes. We'll see if I get anything before then. If not, then it's kind of a dry day. I'm down $300 for the day for those 2 entries that I took because they were supposed to be $130, but for some reason it risked 150 per trade. So hopefully we'll swing that back before the end of the day. You know, if not, we'll have a red day for today. We're about to hit -4 here from the OG. It goes for standard deviations from the 930 breaker. Yeah, I appreciate it, Clutch. Yeah, I'm about to end stream soon. Because I mean, there's nothing to do. Also, I need to end it at 12. Where's this? This is Prince. Oh, I appreciate that, Prince. Thank you so much for that encouragement. I appreciate that. I hope that's what happens. That's what I'm hoping for. It's only a few minutes before lunch. And honestly, there's going to be nothing for me to engage on for a while, because the only way I can engage on price is if we push back up here. So yeah, there's just nothing for me to do. I'll be ending the stream here for now. Maybe I'll stream later if the PM gets interesting, but probably won't. Be looking forward to my first video dropping on the model. It will be Wednesday. Tomorrow I have a random video that I had already recorded uploading. But then Wednesday at 6:30 will be the first video for the model. We're going to go from ground up, explain the very basics on everything, and build as the weeks go on. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. The P&L is, let me see how much it's down by. $305 with 22 cents for the day. So I'm down $600, give or take, like 550 on the account. We'll see if we swing back before the day ends. I just don't know, you know, I mean, this is just super bearish and very little way to get engaged. Like I could have sold candle one here when we work back up, but other than that, there really wasn't anything for me to get involved here. This breaker is valid, but honestly, I expected it to come back up a little bit more to get a discount, or for that high to get ran. So yeah, like it just, there really wasn't anything for me to get involved on that was high probability. I took 2 buys here when we pushed back down to play the retracement. I expected the retracement to be like up here. Got stopped on those buys, and that's where I lost my 2R. So yeah, nothing much to do. Thank you guys for tuning into the stream on Discord and YouTube. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 7 a.m.